Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. It is a happy Friday. Weekend is almost here. It's Friday. Everybody at the office slacking off. And I'm ready to play some Pokemon cards. Let's get after it. Shall we? Thank you, Wasteland Streams, for that Prime sub. And yes, I probably will be at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. So that is a place we could likely meet for sure. And thank you all for the love on the Pokemon TCG Pocket video. It seems to be doing quite well, which is nice. I love it when a video that I work hard on seems to be received well. That's fantastic. Took me a while. I mean, I had to take a day off streaming in order to crank that out. And, with a topical video like that, speed is part of the game, right? Because it's like, all right, like obviously I want the video to be thoughtful and well made, but then I also need to get it out now. It's like news, right? It's like it's like producing the news in some ways. But I had to get that out quick. And I was, in some ways it felt like I had been making that video for years, because it was a culmination of 2 years worth of thoughts combined with the pocket news. So it's like a lot of the things that I've been thinking and kind of a lot of the feelings that I've been kind of wrestling with over the last couple years finally all kind of culminated in this video. And I'd wanted to make, I mean, I talked about a couple weeks ago maybe making a 2-year roundup on just on the Pokemon and the state of the Pokemon TCG Live, right? And that was a video I was considering making just because I had these kind of thoughts but Pokemon Pocket was almost the perfect backdrop, or the perfect kind of thing to be announced to kind of spur that discussion further. So it was just a combination of good timing and motivation on my part. So I was happy with how that turned out. And we'll see where we go from here. We got a new Morpeko. Morpeko has got the ability Snack Search. Once during your turn, you may look at the top card of your deck. You may discard it. Funny enough, I do play a card like this in my Darkness type Gym Leader Challenge deck. I play Sableye with the Excavate ability. It's got the same ability. Morpeko's got an attack. Pick and Patch. Attach up to 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to your Pokemon in any way you like. That is interesting. I mean, you could use that to charge up Amazing Raikou. Right. Yeah, because it's just 2 basic energy cards. Doesn't have to be lightning. So that is important. Could use that to power up Amazing Raikou. Not you, yes. As Amazing Raikou does require Grass, Lightning, and Metal Energy in order to get rolling with its Amazing Shot attack, which is one of the best spread attacks in Gym Leader Challenge formats. I mean, just a dominant attack, but difficult to power up, and Raikou is very squishy, so that's kind of what balances it out. Yeah, if you're playing a Lightning deck that's just aiming to get a quick Raikou going, you've got a bunch of options now. You could play Morpeko. You could play Turbo Energize TM as well. Counter Energy, Raihan. You've got all these different tools to help you. I don't think that standard decks will play this card. at all. No, I don't think checking for lightning energy to try and hit your generators, I don't think that that'll be a thing. But maybe I'm wrong. But I don't. I do not think so. Yeah, not at all. No, this is not a card that's going to see any play in Standard. Just like that Sableye, yeah, that card never saw play in Standard either. Not even close. This is just bulk, right? But in a limited format like Gym Leader Challenge, those kinds of abilities can make a big difference, especially, you know, if you're playing Zebstrika. Does the card go back if you don't discard it? Yes. Right? Yeah, yes. You get to look at the top card, then you may discard it, or you put it back. Yeah. Yes. Seems made for Magcargo EX. Yeah. Magcargo EX is not very good, but you could use more Petco in your funny Magcargo EX deck. Check the top of your deck and see if there's an energy card there. Yes, perhaps. I do like this kind of ability just as an additional dig. That's why I play the Sableye from Celestial Storm in my Darkness Gym Leader Challenge deck, because combined with you know, the cat guy, Liepard. Yeah. Combined with Liepard's trade ability, you basically get to see 3 cards, right? Because you can excavate, and then if you don't want that, you discard it, then you can trade and see 2 more. Where if you like excavate and you like it, then you can trade and then draw into it, right? So that's pretty cool. In Lightning, similarly, if you're digging with Zebstrika and its sprint ability, you could use more Petco Snack Search ability, peek at the top card of your deck. If that's a card you don't want, discard it, and then you could sprint into it. I think Jake is correct there. The difference between Darkness and Lightning is that Lightning's bench is very tight. Darkness, you pretty much don't need any bench space. So Sableye can just live rent-free on the bench. It does not matter because your bench is not pressed. You don't have like these Dynamotor abilities that absolutely have to be on the bench. So, you know, an interesting card. In Lightning Gym Leader Challenge decks, it's got a ability that helps accelerate energy into play. I did play in Gym Leader Challenge League last night. Oh, it was a tough one. It was a 5-rounder, and the most popular deck of choice was Water. There were 5, I think it were 18 players or so, and 5 of them were playing Water. It was a bad night for my poor Fire deck. So that was not great, but I persevered. I played against Craig round 1. Craig was playing Water. Let's see, here we go. We had 18 players, 5 were playing Water, 1 was playing Fire, 4 were playing Psychic, 1 was playing Lost Zone Psychic, 1 was Garbodor, 4 were playing Darkness, 2 were playing Lightning, 1 was playing Colorless, 1 was playing Metal. So I was the lone Fire player, and no, I have not released the list yet because, as you'll see, I've got people at Gym Leader Challenge League teching for me. So I'm not posting my lists until after I win with them. Yes. Ben Morse was playing Metal, and I played against Ben Morse last week, and I beat his Metal deck, which was very similar to my list. And then this week, he knew that I was no longer on Colorless and that Fire would be a likely choice for myself, since there's a decent amount of people that are trying to get their grass badges. So I decided to go with Fire this week, but it felt like the world was against me. There were 5 Water decks, and Ben Morse was playing Metal, but then in the middle of our game, and we end up getting paired because I lose round 1 to Craig, and then I was able to beat a water deck round 2. I played against back-to-back water with my fire deck. I lost round 1 to Craig, but then I played Craig in a fun game, and I beat him with my fire deck in the fun game. And then in game 2, I played against water again, but I won. And then game 3, at 1-1, I played against Ben Morse with the metal deck, and I was setting up pretty good, and I was thinking, like, okay, I didn't take the first knockout, but I was trading well, and I was like, eventually the metal deck's going to run out of steam. And then sure enough, in the middle of the game, he throws down the coding metal energy on his Zamazenta, and he just destroyed me with a Fury belted coding metal energy Zamazenta. Was able to go 2 for 1. He also had metal frying pan in the deck, and by that point, after he took the lead originally, and then after he got the coding metal energy Zamazenta to go 2 for 1, it was just like, all right, now you're up like a few prizes, and it was like I wasn't able to catch back up. So I decided to drop it 1-2. I felt like I learned a lot about my fire deck, though. It's a cool fire, but I got a neat little fire build going on. The fire deck that I'm playing, I have 2 different fire decks that I've built for Gym Leader Challenge League, and I have 2 different fighting decks that I have built for Gym Leader Challenge League. Let's see. What is it? Ben Morse's website. It's like Ben Morse makes, what is it? Morsemakes.com? Is that it? What's Ben's website? Anybody know what Ben's website is? Let's see. Ben Morse Pokemon. I've tried looking it up. It's like, oh, it's on his Twitter. No, it's not. What's his website? No. Yes, this? Is this it? Yes. I found it. He's keeping all of our stats. Holy smokes! How do you have all this data? It's outdated right now. You're 2 weeks behind? Wait, how do you know everybody's record at the end? And then you input it all? Holy smokes. Do you just take like the standings at the end? You have pictures of standings and then you input it all? Well, get to work, Ben. Chop, chop. Dang, what the heck? You're 2 weeks behind, bro. Yeah. Chop, chop. What are we paying you for? So we had great turnout at Gym Leader Challenge League last night. We did 18 players. Was fantastic. And last night we had Cole win his first badge. Let's see, which is very exciting. I played against Cole last week in the finals. We were both 4-0. Here's Cole's tweets. I played against Cole last week in the finals. We were both 4-0, and I was able to win the colorless mirror to take the win. And Cole was able to run it back this week and get the win with his take on the colorless deck. It's got a lot of your very kind of standard fare, but it does have some cool cards in it. Chaotic Swell is interesting. You've got Rotom Phone. Also, no parallel. I think opting for Chaotic Swell instead. And Mallow is another kind of interesting card. You can stack your deck and then draw into those cards with Bieberell. So, A simpler version than the version of the deck that I won with last week. Last week I had a few different things in my list. I mean, just to kind of compare lists, I had the Chinchino line in my list, which helped dig for some extra cards. Also featured the Greedent parallel instead of Swell. And other than that, I mean, we're talking like very similar looking decks. Thank you, badbuilds.com, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. So last night I decided to play with fire, and I was playing, because you're looking at, these are the league standings here as far as the badge race goes. And Ben has got 6 badges, Alex Carpenter at 5, I've got 7, and then we've got the chase pack, I would say. The chase pack right now is like John, Jack, JD, Hunter, right? All these guys with 2 and 3 badges. I'd say, like, if it's a race, we've got the pack is like, Ben, me, and Alex are kind of in the front pack, and then we've got the second pack right here. And it's like, if any of these guys were to just like go on tear and cop a couple of wins, then all of a sudden, they're right up here with the front runners. The goal is to get to 10 badges first, and the player, I think so. So what I think I've decided is that the player who gets to 10 badges first, wins the season, as far as like, wins the challenge, right? The 2024 GLC Championship Series, they kind of win the season once you get to 10 badges. So the first player to get to 10 badges does win. And I think that we decided to make it kind of like golden goal, like, first player to 10 wins, because the idea of like explicitly getting to 10 and then trying to play defense just to like keep other players from getting to 10 to then like keep them out of a running for it is like, that kind of feels, not necessary. I don't mind the idea of playing defense, and I've actually considered it. Like, as it is right now, I've only got Fire, Dragon, and fighting left as far as my badges go. I could just roll Lightning or Darkness or, whatever, Psychic. I could just roll one of those types on a week just to keep my opponents guessing, because at a certain point, it's like they know too much about what deck I might choose, and they can account for that. So, like, if I just go out and try to just win with a different deck, that I can catch my opponent slipping and keep them from winning. So, I'm not against the idea of defense entirely. But yes, I mean, the whole idea that I'm saying they could gatekeep me, I could gatekeep them. I mean, it's like, that's the whole cat and mouse of the GLC League. That's part of what makes it so fun, right? No, there's only 10 types in the Pokemon TCG. There are not 11. There used to be 11. There are no longer 11 types. Fairy doesn't count. Fairy hasn't been a supported type in the Pokemon TCG for years. Anybody who still wants to talk about Fairy is just living in the past. Yes, we are multiple. Yes, Fairy was discontinued. So yes, I think the first player to get to 10 will win the GLC Championship Series at Full Grip Games, and they'll get the trophy and the booster box prize, etc. Anybody who gets to 10 badges will have their name put on a plaque that lives in the Full Grip Games play space, as like the 10 badge club plaque. Yes. So the 10 badge club plaque will just kind of live and eat, and so like you'll have your name, the year that you accomplished it, all of that will go on the 10 badge plaque. I might depending on how this year shapes up, like maybe I make like an... I was thinking maybe I should make like an 8-badge plaque as well, but no. Just a 10-badge plaque. You know, if there doesn't end up being anybody on the plaque, then so be it. Yeah. So there's going to be a 10-badge plaque. Anybody who makes it to 10 badges in a season ends up on the 10-badge plaque. Thank you, Brett, for the Prime sub in the 25 months. But then, and you see, because I wanted to create something that kind of is exciting for many players. So the player who gets to 10 badges first wins GLC Championship Series for the year. Anybody who gets to 10 badges gets their name on the 10-badge plaque that lives in the play space. And then finally, I was thinking that there could be an end-of-the-year Pro Bowl style event. Thank you, Stephen Layton, for the Prime sub in 4 months. I was thinking there could be an end-of-the-year Pro Bowl style invite where, like, the top 4 players from the GLC Championship Series get to play off for a separate prize. And it would be the equivalent of, like, you know, kind of like a Pro Bowl. Like, you qualify for the Pro Bowl by finishing in the top 4, right? And, you know, you could win a separate thing by winning the Tournament of Champions, something like that, right? That it's not like you don't win the whole year, but you could win the Tournament of Champions, which is like its own separate entity, right? And I think that in that way, you kind of have 3 separate things to shoot for throughout the year. You can either shoot for winning the league by getting to 10 badges first. You can either shoot for getting to 10 badges, period, to get your name on the plaque, or you could shoot for finishing in the top 4 of the league so that you can win the Tournament of Champions at the end of the year, right? So I think that's probably how we'll do it. And the Tournament of Champions will be like a conquest series, something like that. And since the first player to 10, there's no way that 2 players can tie, right? If it's a race to 10 to win the season, then there's no way 2 players can tie. So that means that the first player to get to 10 just wins. Question: if I get to 10 before the end of the year, am I going to play spoiler or just play whatever seems? So I'll just play whatever my favorite decks are. Well, and that's part of the reason, scientists, that I think it should be golden goal. First person to 10 badges wins the year, because if it wasn't, right, first person to 10, then I would be explicitly trying to counter. Like, I would show up every week trying to counter the person who is also trying to get to 10, right? And that wouldn't be fun. So, am I going to go for 11 badges? There aren't 11 badges. There's 10. How many times do I have to say this? Fairy is not a supported type in the Pokemon TCG. There aren't 11 types. I should tech for Morse. Morse techs for me. So yeah, you're right. I probably should. You can play Fairy, but it's not a supported type in the Pokemon TCG. So Fairy isn't like part of the GLC canon. You can play it if you just want to make sure you don't fit in and be different, but it's a terrible deck as it hasn't had any cards printed for it in years. But if you want to make sure that you're different and just don't fit in, then knock yourself out. You're going to show up to GLC League every week, throw $5 into the pool, and let somebody else walk home with it. Dragon's broken. There's a dragon badge right here. Cha-ching! Yeah, and dragon gets Flapple. Sheesh. Broken. Yeah, so now I have fire, fighting, and dragon left to get to 10. It's definitely doable. I've got almost 5 months to figure it out. I've got like, what? So it's March, April, May, June, July. Only 4 months? No, March, April, May, June, July. It's like 4.5. All right, I got 4.5 months. Four and a half months to get 3 badges. So there's definitely time, but time is running out. I'm on pace, but I've got the hardest, I've got a lot of the hardest types ahead. I think dragon is fine. I've gone, X1 with dragon, and I've gone X1 with fighting. So I've gotten top 4 with both of those. But dragon gets better when Flapple comes out. But the problem is, and here's the question, and this is part of what makes Gym Leader Challenge League so interesting, is like, do I play dragon now? Because I'm pretty confident that like I could cop a win with dragon 1 week, right? Do I just play it now while less people are expecting me to play it? Or do I wait until Applin comes out and then everybody can tech for dragon because it's very obvious that that's like the hot new card, right? Applin and Flapple. So yeah, that's Yo, DJ Backwards with the gifted sub, thank you. And Mr. Misters with the 34 months. Happy leap year indeed. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that I think that makes sense. That's part of what I'm thinking, right? I could and dragon's just like it's a solid deck, honestly. It can win against almost anything. So it struggles with decks that ask you to repeatedly do more than 200 damage. That's dragon's weakness, really. Dragon does have kind of like a hard damage ceiling right around 160. So as far as doing more than 160, yeah, if you have to knock out like multiple Pokemon that have more than 160 hit points, you're going to have a bad time. But other than that, and you can even you can win against decks where you have to knock out one Pokemon with 200 hit points. But if they make you do it twice, you're probably out. So I got that to think about. I've got 2 different fire decks that I've built and 2 different fighting decks that I've built. I've just been kind of like, and it's been really fun to just kind of brew the last week. I've been just like cooking, and it's been pretty cool to just kind of like get in the lab and really think about things. I think honestly Torchic is like one of my favorite fire cards. I think that this card has a lot of potential in fire. I mean, you can use Turbo Energize TM and accelerate a bunch of energy into play. 4 energy, I mean, because you can Turbo Energize TM twice with it. You can TM Evolution to instantly evolve Stage 2 Pokemon into play, and Fire does have like a lot of really powerful Stage 2 Pokemon that it can utilize. And you can use Crisis Punch with Torchic to do 280 damage back-to-back turns if your opponent only has one prize remaining. And I did win. I will have you know, at GLC League last night, I won Game 2 against Water with Crisis Shot. So that was pretty sick. I did Crisis Shot for win. So that was exciting. Last night at League, I was playing my own version of a Rainbow Fire deck that uses Torchic and Turbo Energized TM. The main attackers are Volcanion and Amazing Reshiram. They're not great, okay? They're not like great attackers. It's one of the problems, okay? They're not great, but they're fine. Volcanion's the best one. I prized my Volcanion against Ben Morris. It was sad. He could do 160, right? And with Torchic and Turbo Energized TM, you could just go vomit a bunch of energy into play turn 1, which is pretty good. Get you off to a solid start. Reshiram's not good either. I mean, I get it, right? Listen, we're working with what we got over here, okay? But Amazing Blaze can do 270 damage. I used Amazing Blaze to knock out some big Pokemon that otherwise I would not have been able to KO. Do I like Torchic better than Victini? I play both DJ backwards. I play both because sometimes it just gives you two great starters, right? And then with the cast form, you know, you've got a guy with free retreat, so 3 great starters really. So you can go, thank you, Miko. It means a lot. Yeah, so you could go Torchic turn 1, or you can go Victini turn 1. Right, there's this Victini with the victory sign attack. So you use these 2 guys, right? Victory sign, 2 basic energy cards of different types, and then you've got Turbo Energized TM, and then you've got your Torchic too. What other attackers do I use? So it's Reshiram, it's Volcanion, it's Chi-Yu, right? Chi-Yu, Mega Fire of Envy. You've got, since it plays Rainbow Energy, you actually play Guzma-Hala and Moltres, right? So you can actually donk. And this is what I played against Craig, and he set up real fast the game we played, and then he won. But in game 2, I went second, and I got a turn 1 Guzma-Hala, Moltres, Rainbow Energy, Inferno Wings, and I was able to like go up a couple of prizes early, and that ended up winning me the game because of the quick Inferno Wings attack. And I think that this is actually, so like, if you're already playing Rainbow Energy and you're playing Magma Basin, you know, you've got 2 different ways to power up the Moltres, and the Moltres is just really good in the early game and mid game. If you have Boss or Guzma in your hand, you can just bring up a support Pokemon and knock it out with Moltres. It's just like a really nice kind of low effort attacker that you can power up at any time while using Magma Basin or while using Rainbow Energy or whatever. And really, it's like no different than Zapdos in Lightning decks with Thunderous Assault, or Hoopa in Darkness, except it's almost better in some ways because it keeps putting pressure on, right? Unlike Zapdos, you have to find a switch every turn. Moltres, you have to find a switch every turn. But if you open Guzma-Hala in your Rainbow Fire deck and your opponent has like, you know, especially since you're choosing to go second, right? And if your opponent just opens like a single Pokemon, you can just donk. I mean, so like there's a significant chunk of games that you're going to win just going turn 1 Moltres. And then I decided to put Boss back into the deck. So I'm playing Boss and Guzma. A lot of fire decks are just playing Guzma. I'm playing Boss and Guzma. And Boss and Guzma with the Moltres means that you're able to just take the offensive right off rip. And you're able to go like turn 1 Guzma-Hala, turn 2 Boss, you know, turn 3 Guzma, and you could just pick your opponent's entire board apart with only Moltres. So that was that's something else that I'm doing. I'm doing the Moltres with the Rainbow Energy, and I like that. There's also Cast Form. Who takes 2 fire and a colorless energy. Notably, I'm not playing Charizard and I'm not playing Entei in my Rainbow Fire build. And it's because I feel like the strategies are kind of like counterintuitive, where it's like the deck has a bunch of non-basic fire energy in it, and Entei and Charizard are really all about basic fire energy, right? They're very good cards, but I feel like they're just better suited in other fire decks. And the Rainbow Fire deck, I'm not as sold on Entei and Charizard in the Rainbow Fire deck. Charizard only doubles your basic fire energy, so when you have special energy like Rainbow Energy or Aurora Energy or even Counter Energy, they don't count as double. So the Rainbow Fire deck kind of almost contradicts Charizard. Charizard really just wants there to be basic fire energy in play. And then Entei is just like a totally terrible attacker without Charizard. I mean, this guy is just really bad if you don't have Charizard in play. So Entei definitely belongs in Charizard-focused decks, but I was trying out, especially since I was playing the Crisis Punch, I was trying out Delphox as my support Pokemon and Magcargo. So I had the Delphox Magcargo engine, and then kind of just like Torchic Crisis Punch. That's what I was thinking, Wheat. Yeah. And then since you play Magcargo and Delphox, you can set up the Torchic Crisis Punch like pretty easily because you have like infinite draw if you've got Delphox and you just use Magcargo to set up the Delphox, and then you just like if you've got Magcargo and Delphox in play, like you've got like the whole world in your hands, really. You can do anything. So that's a fun way to play fire, and it wasn't bad, honestly. It was fine, and the fact that I was beating some water decks felt pretty good. I could take out Wailords and Wishy-Washies with the amazing Reshiram. I could put early aggression on with Moltres. Volcanion did a very fine amount of damage. Chi-Yu does a very fine amount of damage. The other fire deck that I have built is spicy, bro. it's almost too spicy. It's already been leaked somehow. I had this fire deck spread out on my coffee table, and Natalie leaked it. Natalie leaked it to some of the people in the Discord. Which is fine. So I'll bring it up here and we could talk about it. Well, this is a bona fide pile, but it's kind of cool. All right. And there's some interesting ideas going on. It is a bona fide pile, but it is really neat also. And I think like an actually valid way to play fire. Okay. And it's completely different than what a lot of fire decks are doing. All right, check this out. There's a lot to take in here, okay? There's a lot to take in here. I get it. A lot going on. This isn't, I've changed it even more because I've got Blaziken in here now too. But the idea of this deck is that you're using Torchic with TM Evo to set up turn 1 Delphox, turn 1 Cinderace, or turn 1 Chandelure. I've started playing a 4th stage too because I got Blaziken in here now too. But it's a beach deck. It's a setup deck. And the concept is to just set up a really big attacker like Cinderace or Chandelure and put a luxurious cape on it. And then once your luxurious caped attacker goes down, you can Lana's Fishing Rod the luxurious cape back in, make it really big, You can Mallow and Lana to like heal, you know, so you have a 270 hit point Cinderace, you can heal it and just keep swinging for 190. And Delphox allows you to just draw infinite cards. And then you can attack with Cinderace, Chandelure, and Chi-Yu. At the end of the game, you can go Torchic, Crisis Punch. Well, that's basically as far as I got. But I've got Blaziken in here now too. And it's actually a pretty cool deck. So let's look at some of the main attackers. I mean, Cinderace, I've been messing around with Jet Energy in it. Yeah. I have been looking at that card, yes. So Cinderace is like one of the best attackers that Fire has available to it because its Flare Striker attack does 190 damage and it accelerates energy to itself, right? I know, right? Because you could Guzma Hala for Jet Torchic. Right. So I know. I'm messing with Jet Energy now. This is an outdated list that I'm showing. I have I have 4 stage 2s in here now. I think I took out the Pot Helmet and I took out one more card and I added Combuskin and Blaziken. Yeah. It's my very special pile, all right? The Cinderace is just an incredible attacker. Clocking it at 170 hit points. It's got like decent survivability. Which means that it can actually survive an attack versus like a significant chunk of the format. And then if you put a Luxurious Cape on it, I mean, you could very easily like Cinderace, swing Flare Striker, knock out pretty much anything you want to. And then you can Mallow and Lana and then come back in, swing again, right? You could potentially go 2 or 3 for 1 with a Cinderace and Mallow and Lana. So really this is just a deck that's trying to go Cinderace, just kind of like chuck a fast Cinderace at your opponent and see if they can deal with it, right? And then Cinderace needs backup though. And you know, you start going down the rabbit hole of like, all right, well, if I'm playing Torchic and TM Evo and Cinderace, it's like, well, who else is worth, because TM Evo targets 2 Pokemon, so you need to be accelerating 2 Pokemon into play to get like the full benefit of it. So like you need some friends to go with Cinderace. And really in a low effort deck like this, that's not I would say lower emphasis on accelerating fire energy into play, right? Like you don't need Welder, you don't need Blacksmith as much. Like though I have added Blacksmith into this deck, I think after the fact, I have Blacksmith in here now, maybe like Palpad, but I'm still working on it. But you're not like a huge energy hungry deck, right? So I'm looking for low maintenance attackers like Cinderace. He powers himself up. Chi-Yu only takes 2 fire energy. And then Chandelure is like another kind of cool attacker. Chandelure has the Combustion Chain attack, which does 50 damage for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. And if you say, all right, Blacksmith kind of stinks. I don't know. It's a good card, but it also stinks. Doesn't actually like draw you any cards. You have to like already be set up in order to use Blacksmith, right? Blacksmith doesn't help you chain what's next. It's a good card. It's good when it's good. It's bad when it's bad, right? Whereas like Raihan helps you chain what's next. And so does Mela. Blacksmith, you have to be fully ready to play. Yeah. But Blacksmith's a good card. It's good, but you do have to be set up in order to really use it or have like a good hand. So Chandelure, I think, is like an underexplored fire attacker. It's got the Combustion Chain attack, which does 10 plus 50 more damage for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. And if you say, like, the most popular attackers usually have 3 energy on them, right? So, like, you're going to be doing 160 for 1 against a lot of the format, right? That's so good. 160 for 1. Yes. 2 energy, 110. So Chandelure and Cinderace kind of make like a good 1-2 punch because they both are kind of self-sustaining. And my list is playing double colorless energy and twin energy so that you can pull off the Torchic Crisis Punch play too. And the cool thing about double colorless energy and twin energy in this deck is that you can put them on your Cinderace too, right? Because if you read Cinderace, the Flare Striker attack, discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. So what you can do is you can use Libero to accelerate 2 fire energy to your Cinderace, attach double colorless energy, and then sack the double colorless energy, and you can attack back-to-back turns with Cinderace, right? So, like, the double colorless energy actually already works well with Cinderace because you could sack it to attack back-to-back turns without switching. And then the double colorless energy also works really well with the Chandelure, right? Because you can like Raihan to Chandelure, attach double colorless energy, and then you're doing Heat Blast 150 for 2. And that's really good. So these are, it's like, you know, Chandelure, and there is some synergy there between Chandelure and Cinderace. They work well together. If you're kind of going down this path of like, all right, I really want to fire off good attacks with Cinderace, I really want to, you know, build a deck around that, then double colorless energy, Chandelure, it's all pretty neat. And then you can use the double colorless energy and the twin energy to Crisis Punch with your Torchic. So like that's kind of the, but then I've since added Blaziken as well. Oh yeah. And guess who else uses double colorless energy and one-hit KO Snorlax? Blaziken does. That's right. And Blaziken accelerates energy into play. Oh yeah. So now we've got 3 different attackers that can all use double colorless energy. Yes, this Blaziken. 130 damage. One-hit KO Snorlax. This is the guy. Oh, yeah. Accelerates energy into play. When you're up against colorless and you can go Blaziken Turbo Drive a Snorlax, it feels really good. Because you get to chain your next energy into play as well. Yeah, 260 even gets Snorlax with the cape. Uh-huh. Yeah. So there's a lot of really good attackers that are stage 2s for fire. And I've kind of been digging in and trying to just figure out like what's the Co-19, I've got like I said, I've got a bunch of different fire decks built right now. I'm just trying them all out. Right? It might not end up being the best way, but it is a way, and it does work. I've won games with this. I was able to beat my Psychic deck with this deck. You'd be surprised. I did beat Psychic with this. You'd be surprised at how powerful a fast Cinderace can be. If you just get a turn 2 Cinderace, you can beat a whole lot of decks, right? You're talking a guy with 170 hit points doing 190 damage on turn 2. Yeah. You can do a lot of damage with that. You put on a lot of pressure. Especially in games where you get like the Torchic double TM Evo. Like, say I go turn 1, Delphox Cinderace in play. You're like, you're sweating, dude. Like, you haven't even played a supporter yet. And I've got a guy coming in for 190 and a Delphox to draw infinite cards. So like, yeah, there's something there. I've been tooling around with that. The other strategy that I'm really kind of like looking at right now is Colossal. Oh, and also, let's see. Don't get lost on this. Some of you have been saying that I'm playing the wrong Lampent. No, I'm not. It's because there's a greens in here. I am really high on greens exploration right now. I think greens is insane. I'm trying to fit greens into like almost every deck that I can. Greens is so good, especially when Buddy Poffin gets released. You're going to see a lot of decks playing Arven and greens. And when you have... This is actually like its own engine, I think, now, right? Arven, Guzhala, and greens. Those are like the three. Because with 3 outs... you have like a very high odds of being able to open one of these powerful turn 1 supporters. Arven Guzhala is like good, and you can find it a lot. But when you add the greens in there too, it's nuts. You can go turn 2 greens for your stage 2 like very instantly. Yeah, greens is nuts. So I'm starting to figure out like, all right, what decks can I actually throw greens in? And that's another thing about this fire deck. So this fire deck is a setup deck, but we're running greens to help with setup. And Chandelure doesn't have an ability. Chiyu doesn't have... Nobody has an ability except for Delphox and Cinderace. Right, and you can play VIP and Poffin with that package. You could just get the whole setup. Greens Exploration. It's a really cool card. It allows you to search your deck for 2 trainer cards and put them into your hand, but you can't play it if you don't have an ability in play, or if you have an ability in play. So you can only play this card if you have no Pokemon with abilities. And it just lets you search for 2 trainer cards. It's broken. It's like a Teammates. But, you know, it's a great setup card, right? You use it before you set up. And then once you're set up, you can't use it. So it does have that downside. But it's similar to Battle VIP Pass in that regard. Like, you're going to see Battle VIP Pass later in the game, and it's like, oh, that was a good... that was like a really good turn 1 card, but now it's a dead card in my deck. Greens is similar. Greens is good on like turns 1, 2, and 3. Or 1 and 2. You should probably be set up by turn 3. But on turns 1 and 2, greens is like insane. And for a stage 2 deck, that's exactly... You need those insane setups, especially if you're playing a deck with Battle VIP Pass and stuff like that. Could you turn off abilities and play it? Absolutely. So if your opponent hexes you, you can play greens. Yes. Thank you, ZemQ, for the sub and the 17 months. Yeah, you could search out Battle VIP Pass and Buddy. Absolutely. Yep. So I'm really high on greens right now. I think that... I'm really high on greens right now. I am really hyped about greens exploration right now. I think that's I think the card is really good. And I think it's going to just get better once Buddy Poffin comes out. The other deck I'm working on right now is a Colossal fighting deck. And similarly, I'm using the Greens Exploration package to help set this thing up. TM Evo and all of that. You got Carbink, right? With the Lucky Find attack. So just like all these different things. And Colossal is like, it's such a good board state. Right? You play Battle Compressor to get energy into the discard pile and all that. And you can get the turn 2 attack with Colossal like very often because fighting decks have a lot. I mean, you've got Lucky Find on Carbink. You've got Karina, right? Which pretty much exactly gets you a stage 2. You get a fighting Pokemon and a rare candy. You've got greens to help get your 2 trainers. You've got Arven, right, which you can use to go get a tool card. You could go get your TM Evo. And you just got a lot of ways to get those dudes into play. Now, funny enough, the strongest attacker for this deck is actually this guy. Funny enough, this is like the guy. in the Colossal deck. Because Colossal accelerates a fighting and a fire from the discard pile to one of your Pokemon during your turn. And Hitmonlee is like that dude. He just does 160 for 3. And that's like exactly what you want. This is what I'm talking about. He does 160 for 3. Your other good attackers are like, how is it not Groudon? Groudon stinks. Who are we talking about? This guy? 130? $130 is weak. Pokemon are big now. This guy? Discard 4 energy? Oh, this one's probably fine, but you have to have a lot of energy on it. I still think that Hitmonlee is that dude, though. This guy, you have to discard a lot of energy. And if your opponent... I play Regirock. The main attackers that I'm playing right now, I'm playing Regirock because Regigate, right? So you want to play this guy. It's a great opener. Regigate's just a good attack. Giga Impact is sufficient. Does 140, right? If your opponent Gust KOs Colossal, then you're stuck. Right, so I don't like attackers that discard the energy. I mean, like, sure, it's fine, maybe as a one-of. Like, obviously it's a one-of, but maybe, but like, you need attackers that keep the energy too, because then they protect your energy accelerator. So I like the Regirock. I really like Hitmonlee. 160 for 3 is not bad. I'm telling you, it's really not. You just got to get Hitmonchan out. Problem is, there's not a lot of great Hitmonchans. So then you got... The Hitmonchan you probably want to run is this one. For 3 in a bench space, Fighting does not care about its bench space. That's the thing. Fighting do not care. This one, just because if you open it, it's not like the worst thing for your opponent to hit into, I guess. Or if you need to pass a turn. Listen, they're not good. All I need to do is release one broken Hitmonchan, and then we're so in. But, all right, so the main attackers that I have in my Colossal build right now, I've got Hitmonlee, I've got Regirock, and then I've also got Machamp. Because in any deck that plays TM Evo... Oh, and I got Sudowoodo. Yeah, I got Watch and Learn Sudowoodo for sure. Yeah, he's broken. Yeah. Watch and Learn Sudowoodo is like one of the best attackers you can play in that deck. No Steelix. I don't want to damage my own guys, I don't think. Yeah, so the two stage 2s are Machamp and Colossal. Oh, I am also trying out Hisuian Arcanine. So I'm trying out him right now. But like I could scrap him for another I could scrap him for more basics. But he's solid. I mean, 180 for 3 is really good. So I am trying him. Because he's... this dude's just like one of the best... For the Colossal deck, it feels bad not to play it. 160? Yes, 160 plus burn is 180. 160 plus burn is 180! Actually, Tricky Jim is 160. It's not 180. It's effectively 180, chat. Yeah, I think Luxurious Cape Machamp, 100%. Got to make your guys really big. But this deck sets up very fast thanks to greens, Karina, all that. Oh, and I think that I don't want to play cards that Earthquake or whatever because I think that this could be a deck that uses Focus Sash also, right? I think that's a card that... I mean, if fighting decks can chain Focus Sash, I mean, that's like... That's something that I think that could really help you to win games. If you're able to force your opponent to hit into Focus Sash. So, I'm doing a lot of cooking right now. And then I've got my standard Earthquake fighting deck, which really is just turned into a Donphan deck with, like, you know, Lucario and Machamp in it. Machamp is definitely the best card in the fighting pool, and I don't think it's very close. So I think whatever fighting deck I'm playing, I probably want to include Machamp in it. Machamp is just disgusting. And now we go to the Pokemon trading card game live. Let's go, baby. I'm also trying out... I think stage 2 fighting decks, like I think my Colossal deck can unironically play Maxis as well. All right, let me... Real quick. I think that... No, I'm not going to U-Trick this weekend. No, I'm not going to a regional until Vancouver. I think fighting can play Maxis. If you're playing a stage 2 fighting deck, you can play Maxis. Now that you have Earthen Vessel and you've got Viridian, right? And both of those cards are really good with Colossal because they help you to find the fire energy. And you've got Ultra Ball, Quick Ball, Grant. You got a bunch of cards that can help you to, like, pare your hand down. Maxis plus Seismitoad. I think the Maxis is just to help you get Machamp or Colossal back into play if it gets knocked out. But I have thought about just putting, like, a random stage 2 Pokemon in there. Like, you probably ought to play, like, a random stage 2 with the Maxis. But I think that the Maxis is actually not terrible. As it can help you with some really explosive plays. Yeah, there's the Seismitoad, which just stack your deck, right? Yeah. You've either got Seismitoad to stack your deck, but I actually like Gallade better. I would rather Premonition. Because this is a more usable attack. Yeah, the Gallade is better than the Seismitoad. So I think if you're playing a Maxis, if you're playing the one of Maxis, which and I'm already playing the Vessel, and I'm already playing the Viridian, and you're already playing Carbink. I mean, Carbink can help set it up. So then, like, you could theoretically Maxis Gallade into play, and then Gallade is also just a fantastic attacker. Sensitive Blade, 2 energy for 130. It's just, like, really good damage output. For a support Pokemon, that is. It's good damage output for a support Pokemon, right? Like, you're not planning on attacking with Gallade, but it can attack. Thank you, Deshell, for the sub in the 28 months. So, I'm cooking. There's not a lot of space, so you're always working with a very tight space in your GLC decks. I mean, you only got 60 cards to work with, but you only have to take 6 prizes. So you got to build your deck to be able to do just exactly that and nothing more. Jake, I just spent the last hour talking about what attackers I'm using in my fire and fighting decks. Thank you, Astro Luna, for the Prime sub and the 30 months. Thank you. All right, what are we doing today? I'm letting you know. That was me letting you know. Yes, I like the tag call engine as well. What do we gotta play standard, right? There's nothing else to do on TCG Live. It's just standard, so we have to play standard. What should we do? What have the online players been doing lately? These things still going strong? Gotta imagine it's just the same stuff, right? Guardian Baby Espathra. Guardy's broken. Yeah. Guardy is broken for sure. I think that we've come full circle in standard format, and we're right back to Guardy being the BDIF, right? We started the format here back at LAIC with everybody kind of coming to the conclusion that Guardy was the best deck. And now we've come full circle in the format, right back to it. It seems to be the situation. Playing against Golden Go? Maybe I can get the turn 2 hands knockout. That's kind of what I'm thinking. On a little gimme or something. Or a Manaphy. Or a Palkia, right? I mean, so there are a bunch of things that I could have done. Just a weird... You want to get Radiant Greninja. I could probably afford to waste one of these superiors, so I'll probably do that. It's fine. And I think this is what we do. I think we get just Bidoof, right? And then you Ultra Ball away Water and whatever your top deck is for Bibarel. You Irida for rare candy backs, and then you draw, right? I think that's probably what we're doing. Yeah. Right? Is that not seem reasonable? I think that seems reasonable, right? We have to do something, or else what are we doing with those Ultra Balls next turn? Not squat. I do have to find 2 more energy, though. Which I could miss. Pokestop helps, though. Love that. What does Valiant need to be a stronger deck? It's losing Metachamp. Is that just the end of the deck? Yeah, Valiant might just shift to be a card that's more utilized sparingly in different future box builds. I don't know that. I mean, the thing, Iron Valiant is like barely getting traction now. It's a deck that sometimes it spikes, but it doesn't really have like a big meta. A big meta share. Another water energy there is pretty much ideal, so Ultra Ball away these. Get the Beebs. And then I guess I can Industrious Incisors for 3 and just kind of like hold the Irida. That's fine. Right? Oh my god. We're nuts with it. Okay. Get the backs. I've got Rare Candy. I've got Vessel. My goodness. And I want to get... It's like a nest ball. To go get Greninja or something. It's probably fine. Or I need to get another... I need to get another Friggy too. Guess we'll probably just get another Friggy. I have to get the other Friggy. But I need more cards, so it has to be Greninja. I will get Greninja. So got the Rare Candy that. Maybe I should have Pokestop first. But this is fine. It's fine. Okay, and then we'll conceal cards and then stop. Whew, I'm nuts. I'm so nuts. Okay, then I've got all 4 energy in the discard pile. We want Friggy. Stop. Oh yeah, well, let's go. And then Rare Candy into backs. Superior. No? Yes. And we amp. And amp you very much. I'll take my 2 prizes. Thank you. All right. It's about as good as it gets for us. I need to be careful. My energy, of course. I've got 2 superiors down. We had a little bit of a crunchy opening with Ultra Balls and all that. So I've only got 2 superiors left, but I do have 2 rods left. But I only have to take 2 more knockouts. So I need 5 energy twice. I've got a Superior and a Bibarel in my hand right now. I mean, I've pretty much got the next knockout just like lined up, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, this deck kind of smacks. I see why Chien Pao heads. I see why they're so committed. The deck is kind of broken. It also is kind of terrible. It's just you're walking a fine line between broken and terrible. And when things fall apart, it feels so bad. But I guess as a Chien Pao head, you have to ride the highs and ignore the lows. Yeah, and we're very familiar with these kinds of decks. We know them very well. You just ignore the bad games. Yeah, ignore those. Scoop it up, go next. Also, there's some amount of there is some amount of skill that goes into navigating the Chien Pao sequencing, right? So like that's part of why Chien Pao heads are so adamant about the deck being broken, because they're like, well, I've sequenced the deck flawlessly and increased the odds of drawing everything perfectly. Yeah, I'm playing against Charizard, and my opponent literally is going attach, pass. I could Irida for, oh yeah, dude. We are cooking, dude. Already got Badufsky. Let's just fill this board up. I should have retreated into... See, suboptimal sequencing. That's my fault. I should have retreated and Shivery Chilled before I... Should have retreated and Shivery Chilled before I concealed cards. It's fine. Better late than never. Real Chien Pao heads. They hit this stop. They discard their Baxcalibur. It's fine, I've got Rod. Iono. Easy money. This deck's so broken. I hope I didn't prize my second Baxcalibur, though. Getting Battle VIP Pass on turn 2 feels so terrible. Oh, yeah, that Charmander. You're done. You're roasted, buddy. There's no hope for you. It's over. Bro. Got 2 energy. I probably should have concealed cards before. Well. Oh, I just literally win, right? Yeah. So I need to Radiant Greninja both these things. I'm like close. I just get superior. That's it. Yes. I'm tripping. Let's go, baby. GG's. I was fixated on like pulling off the double cross switcher play for some reason. That'll do it. Man, Radiant Greninja is so broken. Yeah, thank you, Carrion. For the sub, I appreciate it. Channeling my inner Canadian, I am going to Vancouver. GLC did not grow great last night. I played Fire. And there were 5 water decks I played against 2 in the 3 rounds that I played. The first 2 decks I played against. But I did beat one of them. And then I did play against Craig in a fun game, and I did pretty well there. But Craig beat me in the game that mattered. And then promptly lost Craig. So now I got to play against this water deck again. It's fine. These last 3 badges are not going to be easy. They are not. But we will persevere. And there's no way I'm just going to breeze into these. Yeah, thank you, Skiz. Skizmaster. For the sub in the 11 months. This deck's so broken. All right, Lost Box. Let's do it. We're going first. Greninja. Friggy. Bidoof. Shivery Chill. Concealed. Want to find Irida. Or second battle VIP pass, sure. Hands. Friggy. This deck's so broken. Wait, I prized my lightning, right? Dang it. I think I did. Yeah. Did I? No, I was shivery chilling before, not vesseling. All right. And then slam it. Okay. Attach, pass. Gotta find rare candy, gotta find lightning, and I can get the turn 2 hands going. There is a certain comfort about playing Chien Pao is that you almost don't care what your opponent's doing. That's kind of nice. When I was first learning to play the Pokémon TCG, these were the kinds of decks that I loved. Blastoise and Raybor. I love these kinds of decks because you just don't care. You don't care what your opponent's doing. My goal is to set up my deck. And then if my deck sets up, I will win. That's pretty much it, right? You don't care. What's going on over there? That does not matter. They could do whatever they want. All I need to do is turn 2 Iron Hands and I win. Make sure that I, set up my Bibarel. And we're cooking. All right, there's a Tina. And they're going to cram me. Okay, and they've got 4 cards in the Lost Zone, including a Path and a Rod. It's kind of an ugly little situation we've got going on. We need to find rare candy. We'll see what we can do. Well, ask and you shall receive. Okay, we got 2 energy. I can dump all these into play. I could just go knock out 2 Comfies. I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, let's do that. Sure. So what do we want to do? We want to go super cold. I need 2 energy in the discard pile. We're certainly going to retreat into Radiant Greninja. And then we're going to Superior Way those. It's fine. Get those back. And super cold here. And then I don't want a rod. 1 Sizers for 2. We do find the lightning. That's crazy. Attach that there. Pokestop. Cool. Skadoosh, baby. Skadoosh. Goodbye. Take those. And now we're cooking. That's what I told you. I don't care what they're doing. I just need to do my thing. There's a piece in that. I just really need to, and that's why Chien Pao players are so staunch about their sequencing. You ever notice they'll just you gotta do it like this, and this. You gotta do this, that. Because the only thing that matters is setting up your funny little engine, right? And if you set up your funny little engine just right, then man. Okay, so now he hands you. And we go for Chien Pao for game. So we get that. Superior. It is it's fun to play though, because it is just a big sequencing puzzle. It's like a sequencing and resource puzzle. We'll just keep our extra energy on Greninja, because that way if they knock out the Chien Pao, then I'm not losing any energy. I should put some onto... Look at Iono to 4. That's probably reasonable. Losing these cards. Do we care? I could put a Chien Pao and a water back into the deck. That's fine. Put those back in. And then Iono. So sick. I get Bax Caliber number 2. And then what do we got left? 4 cross switchers, 1 superior, 2 energy. Sizers for 5. Put that there. Pokestop. Didn't need those. Anyway. Irida. Who needs them? Not me. There's an Irida and a Superior. Great. I did know that I had a Superior prize because I've only got 1 in the deck right now. So there's our 4th one. I got Colress, no Roxanne. Oh, yeah. You're done, dude. It's over. Pack it up. Gosh, remember back in the day when you could get reset stamped? Where, like, now it's like your opponent plays a supporter that's not a disruption supporter, and you're like, oh, yeah, I win. There's nothing you can do. Back in the day, you had to wait until they played the stamp. You had to wait until they attacked. Unfair stamp incoming. I don't think many decks will play unfair stamp. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think so. Other ace specs are so good. You just gotta pass. That's it. Brother. Nothing like some blacked out cards. Restart the client. Those things are starting to fall apart on us. Unfair stamp will become the new default ace spec. You can't really think that, right? You're trolling me. Unfair stamp. I think maybe a couple decks will play unfair stamp. You can't really building your strategy. I guess unfair stamp. It's just a good card when you see it, even if you prize it. You can only play unfair stamp if one of your Pokemon got knocked out. Can't just unfair stamp turn 1. Man, this deck is broken. This is a terrible opening hand, but I've got Iono. I'm going second, so that's fine. Being able to disrupt your opponent turn 2. I mean, you're only disrupting them turn 2 if they took a knockout. It can't be worth it to get rid of one of those rare candies, right? Like, because you don't know that you've got 2 left, and they can counter catch or knock out your Baxes, right? So like you can't really afford to do that. But then look at this hand. Man. Okay, real Baxcalibur. What would a real Baxcalibur head do? All right, real Baxcalibur head. Who's not afraid. All right, I am not afraid. My Greninja's prized. I'm a little afraid. I'm a little. I've got my other Baxcaliburs in the deck. I've got 3 rare candies. Okay. Yeah, real Baxcalibur head scoofs. It goes to game 2, right? Is 2 Iono too much? No. 2 Iono is kind of chill. The only reason I'm in this game is because of the Ionos. I'm playing Jared Grimes list. It was top 16 from Knoxville, right? Yeah, Jared Grimes list. Top 16 Knoxville. It's got 2 Iono in it, right? Yeah. 4-year to 2 Iono. Yeah. Pass, 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 pass. Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's go. If I stop before Ultra there, you think it increases my chance to hit Battle VIP? Well, Gyagu, I was planning on using Radiant Greninja into Pokestop. That was the plan. But my Radiant Greninja was prized. Oh, I get what you're saying. Because of the Iono. Sure. Yeah. That's fair. You're right, because I had put 6 cards at the bottom of my deck that were not. No, now we're just going to hit Battle VIP passes for the rest of the game. Yeah, this is definitely a scoop and go next kind of situation, isn't it? A second Greninja? Yeah, I wonder why nobody's playing 2 Radiant Greninja. Man. Huh, that's crazy. I play Heavy Ball. Heavy Ball is just not in my hand right now. Yeah, I play Heavy Ball. Somewhere. It's just not here. All right, now we got this Charizard. Got to deal with this thing. They can't knock out my Iron Hands. But I am still in a pretty terrible position. Because I do not have anything set up. Yes, this is a scoop and go next. I'm brave enough to admit it. Yes, that's just a go next. Those were some ugly draws. That's what I'm saying. Chien Pao, you gotta have... Gotta have short-term memory. Leave those in the rearview mirror. Chien Pao's fun because I feel like I can beat the annoying decks. There we go. This is the broken hand I've been looking for. Yeah, Chien Pao, you can totally beat all the annoying decks, which is just great. Let's see what we got going on the deck. We've got one Bibarel, we've got one Baxcalibur, two Bibarels, only one Baxcalibur. We've got a Chien Pao prized, but we don't want to bench one yet. I could bench one turn 2 with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Here we just want to have a Bidoof or a Friggy prized. I do have a Friggy prize, so I could use the Hisuian Heavy Ball to go get a Friggy, and then I can use this to go get a Friggy and a Bidoof. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to do that. And my Lightning's prized, but that do not matter. Take that. Do that. Conceal some cards. Man. They're not going to hit the turn 1 Pokemon catcher knockout on a Chien Pao, right? Right, chat? Tell me they won't do it. They wouldn't dare. They aren't gonna do it. No shot. And if they do, fine. But they ain't gonna. Oh yeah, this deck's broken. Giving them the stop? Yeah. Chien Pao heads, they don't care what they got going on. You got to just do your game plan. At all costs. Turn 1 Ninja, both Bidoof. Cool, for 0 damage, because they cannot do that. They do have waters, though, so they could Ninja both my Friggy. Collapsed? Oh, yeah, they don't have squat. 2 collapsed is kind of wild. Ultra Ball, 2 Ultra Balls? For Seda, that's fine. They probably don't play Pokemon catchers. This looks like a Greninja version, right? So they ain't playing no Pokemon catchers. You can knock out my Greninja. Cool. That, my friend, does not matter. This is Jared Grimes' Chien Pao list, top 16 Knoxville. Jared Grimes has earned a World's Invite exclusively playing Chien Pao this year. So as far as the Chien Pao heads go, Jared Grimes is the biggest one. Yes, he has earned all 600 points playing exclusively Chien Pao. Okay, so we shivery chill. Jared is the president of the POW committee. That was hilarious. Well, let's go, baby. We're cooking. Incisors. Stop. Superior. Chien Pao. Wham, bam. And Hailblade for knockout. All right, here go, bud. I feel like my Chien Pao brain gets stronger by the day. The more I play this deck, the more the more Chien Pao pilled you get. This is a matchup where the cross switchers aren't necessary. That's a good point. Yes. Good point. Good point. I usually default to keeping those, but it's cool. I mean, I've got the superiors in hand, so it's not like I was in need of a way to thin my hand down, but the Ultra Ball is probably more useless than the cross switcher in this particular matchup. I don't know that matters, Snoopy. To like really grind more energy out of the deck. I mean, maybe. Okay, let's go get those. Get Greninja back out. It's fine. And thank you, Sky, for the sub and the 31 months. Appreciate you, Sky. Yes, I read Jared's dissertation on No Manaphy. I did. It's just the scoop go next mentality. That's it. It's basically the scoop go next mentality. It's like, yeah, if you get punished, just scoop go next. Right? Just scoop go next. Like, who cares? Yeah, get over it. If someone bodies you, just go next. Yeah, it's solid. Look at that. Just in case they like knock out my Baxcalibur and I can like put the other Baxcalibur back into my deck right now because it's in the discard. So you've Shivery Chilled. We're going to Super Cold. Cool. Super Cold these over here. Only one energy in the discard pile. Super Rod, Baxcalibur, and water back into the deck. So now I have 2 water in the deck, so I can Shivery Chill for them. And we will Hailblade for the knockout. All right. There you go. Take R2. Man, I love games of Pokemon cards when I can just go 2, 4, 6, huh? Beautiful. A 1-1 split on waters remaining. Does it matter? I mean, like, this list doesn't appear to be playing Pokemon Catcher, right? So why would we split? To protect against the Gust KO? If they go Boss KO, I've got double Superior in hand. Right, and this list isn't playing Pokemon Catchers, so, like, I don't think it matters. I think it's best, because the 2 energy on the bench is protecting against Roxanne, right? And I've got 2 energy in the deck. So if they go Roxanne Knockout, like, all I need to do is promote Shivery Chill game. But here, since they went Boss, then I've got double Superior game. Not bossing the backs is kind of crazy, but that's fine. See, it's 3 prize games just like Pokemon TCG Pocket. There you go. And we Hailblade for 360. Man, I love me some Pokemon TCG Live. In the morning. Feels good. It's the afternoon. Love me some TCG Live on a Friday afternoon. Let's go. I should play more tabletop. Huh. Are you trying to you trying to come in for another sesh, JW? Always. Okay. Let me take a look at my finances this week and we'll talk. I'll have my guy talk to your guy. Oh, Snorlax doll. All right. Snorlax doll. Gotta have Friggy. This is a pretty cracked opening hand. I'm not gonna lie. It's about as good as it gets. This about as good as it gets. Snorlax Stall's not a great matchup, but you can win. Okay. YRG, people support the channel by subbing and donating subs and things like that. If people want to support the tabletop content, then they should just support the channel. There's no need to set up separate goals. I don't really like doing that. I just benched Bidoof. See what you made me do? I'm going to concede. I started autopiloting. Dang it. No, you never bench Bidoof. Never. No, if people want to support the channel, they can sub, they can donate bits. I mean, all the normal stuff, and then sub, donate bits. You can become a YouTube member. All that. Watch advertisements on YouTube. What if I could do tabletop every day? Well, maybe if enough people sub, I can. Right? But I'm not going to campaign to try and drag more money out of people. People got to take care of themselves in their own lives and things like that. Like, you know? I assume everybody supports the channel in the way that they can. You know, if you spend a significant amount of time hanging out. There's almost no way. I'm probably playing against. So we need like Chien Pao. That's all we're going to get. And we got Radiant Greninja and we got Frigibax. Okay. And another way to support the channel is by shopping with Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield, right? I mean, those are the ways people can support the channel. You want to support the channel? Shop with Full Grip Games. Shop with Dragon Shield, you know? Support my sponsors who support me. There's no reason, like, I hate the idea of campaigning for... No, I absolutely loathe that idea. You know, people already support the channel in the ways that they can. I prefer, you know, and really, if you've noticed an uptick of, if you've noticed the uptick in production in the last year, right? On Tricky Gym. That's largely thanks to Dragon Shield coming into the picture. I mean, Dragon Shield's been in the picture, but now they're supporting me more financially. So now that money that I'm earning from Dragon Shield is now just going straight to Pig Chef for editing, going straight to stream guests, all of that. I pretty much spend every penny that Dragon Shield gives me every month on guests and editing. But it's allowed me to do that, right? So that's how I'm affording that now. Which is awesome. So, you know, you guys supporting Dragon Shield and is supporting me in my partnership with Dragon Shield. The guests don't show up for free. Do you show up to work for free? Do you? I've never showed up to work for free. Do you show up to work for free? But it's their day off and they get to play cards. But this is my job. All right, say you've got a buddy who works at McDonald's and they get to invite you to come to work to go flip burgers. Just because my job is a fun job doesn't make it less of a job. It would be extremely rude of me to bring guests through without compensating them in some way. Yeah, JW, yeah, I'm not coming to free. Nice thought, though. Well, I would have never asked you to. All right. Yes. Even if a job is a job you might like to do, it's still a job. And in fact, people thinking that fun jobs don't deserve to be paid for is a major problem. Just a major problem, right? People take those kinds of workers for granted all the time. Sure, let's do this. And then, not to mention this, all right? Say I invite a friend to come onto the channel, right? Say I invite a friend to come onto the channel, and while my friend is streaming with me, I get subs donated, bits, donations, all that. And technically, my co-host helped me to earn that, right? And then you're telling me I'm not going to pay them? Does that seem respectful to you? You got to play cards. It's all fun, right? That was fun. That was fun. That was fun, right? You had fun. I had fun too. I made money. You didn't. Wasn't that fun? Yeah. I got to work. You got to work for free. Wasn't that fun? Yeah, wasn't it fun how you didn't get any of the enjoyment out of that? Yeah, thank you, Victor. Talk about subs. Victor coming in with the 5-piece. Yo, thank you, Victor Natty. So then there's 2 ways to go about it. Yo, and huge thank you to Victor Natty. So generous to the channel. I really appreciate you. There's 2 ways to go about it. I could either go in and say, all right, for each stream, I'm going to go into the back end of Twitch and I'm going to see exactly how much money I made, and I'm going to give you 50% of it. Or I could just pay them at a flat rate, agreed upon beforehand, based on on average, what I know I can afford to pay. And that's what I do. I pay them a flat rate based on so I have an agreed upon rate. It's usually about $80 a stream, which usually amounts to about $20 an hour, and that's like a very modest pay, I think, but it is fun, right? It is fun. So it's not the most amount of money, but it's enough to cover gas and your time, right? Okay, what am I doing here? I'm playing against Snorlax again, huh? Okay. In the league headquarters? That's a pain in my butt. Only 3 energy. Feels so bad to... use Superior for 3 energy. I'd really rather not. Starting Greninja is so bad in this matchup. Just gonna hold. The Snorlax matchups take so long that there's so little going on. I was about to say if they just discard one cross switcher, I think I'm out. It doesn't feel great. Sorry there, pop the mic. Okay. Oh, concealed cards. We got the stop. That's nice. But what am I even looking for with the stop, right? Like, I could discard a Bidoof or something. We're not gonna... I might discard a Bidoof like that. Yeah, we definitely just lose. There's no helping this. I don't age. Well, thank you. But I do. You go look at the oldest Tricky Gym videos. I look so youthful. I'm so young and naive. So filled with life. I wish you would stop bringing my Radiant Greninja into the active spot. Would you please leave my Radiant Greninja alone? I don't want to play this game anymore. Chien Pao is a bad Snorlax matchup. Just straight up. And here comes the Bidoof. Yeah, it's bad. That matchup is not good. Do I play other Pokemon games? Like what? Like Pokemon Go? Pokemon Rumble? I'm currently working on a Nuzlocke in Pokemon Emerald, slowly but surely. I have been failing miserably for the last year or so. I have Pokemon Emerald on my Game Boy SP. I completed the Pokemon Nuzlocke on my Fire Red version, but Emerald is proving to be more difficult. Also, I'm impatient, and that really works against me in this regard. When it comes to Nuzlocking, I was not built to Nuzlocke. I'll let you know. I am reckless and impatient. It's not a good combination if you want to you know, successfully Nuzlocke. The big game that I'm playing right now is Tears of the Kingdom. I never finished it, but I'm like almost done now. I'd say for the last month, I've just been grinding Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm not really trying to finish the game quickly. I'm more just like kind of vibing and exploring around and having fun doing that. Like right now when I play, I give myself a self-imposed rule where I'm not allowed to teleport, and I just kind of travel around on my horse, whose name is Bo, and I pretend like I'm an ancient warrior traveling around a mystic land, and I'm visiting various stables and picking up side quests as I go. Right now, the major quests that I'm working on right now is I'm unlocking each of the 4 great fairies. So that's what I'm doing. I'm traveling around on my horse Bo, who's a black horse with a purple mane. Traveling around the countryside, defeating monsters, picking up side quests, and getting into trouble, you know? I'm at the point where I could go beat Ganon. I'm at that quest. Basically, you know, the game has told me to go into the depths and find Ganon and beat him. And I'm like, all right, well, is it spelled Bo or B-O? It's Bo, B-O, Bo. Or Boo, Boo. You got Manaphy out? That's cringe. I think I want to deal with this Manaphy, dude. Pokestop. Hands and backs. Wait, what am I doing? Why did I Irida before? Yeah, I was supposed to Super Rod first. It's fine. Okay. That's fine. Ugh, it's just ugly. All right. I've got 3 energy in the discard pile. I think we just pass. What? That or I just knock out the Mimikyu with Baxcalibur. They're probably not responding to it. Yeah. I suppose that's fine. Just retrieval for 3, get rid of a cross switcher. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't feel great. Buster Tail. Well, I need to deal with the Mimikyu eventually, right? Like, you have to deal with this card. Or else, like, I have to deal with that card, right? And they play Manaphy, so it's either I have one of 2 choices. I can either put pressure on with Baxcalibur and knock it out, or I can Radiant Greninja and discard 2 energy to just knock out the Manaphy. Both of those feel bad. So it's like the odds of them knocking out my Baxcalibur this turn are extremely small. So I think we just put pressure on with Baxcalibur. It's possible the Baxcalibur can take 2 knockouts. That actually seems pretty likely at this point. Any news on if Pokemon Live will support GLC? Well, I mean, Pokemon Live doesn't really support Expanded right now, but when it does, then we could probably play custom battles on it. Play GLC. I mean, who knows? Nobody knows. There's no roadmap as to when all this is supposed to be, done. Okay. It's all been kind of rough so far. It's fine. We just retreat into Chien Pao and take the knockout. I got 1 Chien Pao, I got 1 prized, Iron Hands. That or was one in the discard pile. Bidoof is in deck. My only Bibarel is in the discard pile. 1 is prized. I could rip 1 off the prizes. Okay. So we'll conceal cards. Ooh, an Iono. That is fun. We've got 5 energy in the discard pile. Okay, now we're kind of cooking. So let's get a Nest Ball. Get Iron Hands. And then Superior. Attach here for turn. Super Cold. And then Iono. cool. And then I just want to go get a Bidoof down. It's a little risky. I mean, what are the odds of them getting a fast Mewtwo V-Union? Probably not, right? You've only got 2 pieces down. I'm fine. Not that. That's skadoosh. Yeah, Rod would be nice to put my Bibarel back into the deck. I also wanted to put the Bidoof down because there's a 1 in 5 chance that I got Bibarel off my prizes because I did prize one. You know what I love? I love every time you click the prize pile, there's a little whee. Look at that. It's like, haha. This game's a mess. I have 2 in the discard? I thought I had 1. I do have 2 in the discard. All right, I need to find Rod then. Never mind. Whee! They got all 4 in the discard pile now? Wish Cash, it manages to be both too much and not enough at the same time. So true. That is facts. Okay, I need to find a Rod. I've got 1 Rod down, so I should have 1 Rod left. Oh, we got lots of Zawtus. It's at a point where I wish there were absolutely 0 animations because the ones that exist are so rough. I wish it was just purely, I wish they'd just treat it like a simulator that it is. You know, don't try to treat it like a game. It doesn't feel like a game. It doesn't look like a game. Just try to treat it like a limitless simulator. Yeah, because there's nothing fun going on here. There's nothing fun going on. So just cut out all the fun stuff that you think is fun, because it's not. So just, because the stuff that you think that you're doing that is fun is not. It actually is terrible. So just cut all that out and just make it the hyper competitive, no frills client that it's trying to be. Right? There's no fun going on here. I was supposed to Shivery Chill or, do literally anything else first, but I was running out of time, so I had to do a game action. Okay. Stop. Okay. Irida for Rod. Rod back in. Bibarel. Water. Go here. Double cross switcher. this. And then do I care to... I don't really think it matters. Okay. Thank you very much. Tina Go Burr, sit in the timeout. You need to chill out. Tried telling you yesterday. Manaphy's the only correct choice for Greninja? Who do you think I'm knocking out with Greninja? These guys have 100 hit points. Yeah. Just like, you're not even backseating correctly. It's one thing if people are putting in like good advice, you know, I really appreciate good advice, but when it's bad advice and constant, chill out. You know, sometimes just chill out, put the keyboard away. There's a lot of people here. It's not all about you. Do I have counter catcher? No, this is Jared Grimes' list in top 16 in Knoxville. So it's just got the 4 cross switchers. Looks like they're going to knock out my Baxcalibur. But even by knocking out Baxcalibur, I've got 2 prizes left. So all I got to do is just Chien Pao game. Yep. And that's GG's. Well, cards are back to blacking out. That'll happen every so often when playing the greatest game ever. That's just part of the experience. Would I ever see Pao at an in-person tournament? Why not? I think this violates my no rare candy rule. It does. Which means that I would regret it. 100%. And I might. All right, see Pao. Friggy. We're chilling. I know. I had a strict no rare candy rule. Do you just start your single prizers? Going in blind? I guess, because you don't want to get Roaring Moon to turn 1, so maybe you do. Yeah. Huh. Not when it's thick Friggy, though. I think that that's fair, right? Yeah. So, like, this was the correct promotion. It just so happens that we might get bopped. Maybe so. That's a good question. All right. So as a new player to competitive, why do you not want to put out more than one basic before the game starts? Ricksman, it's because there's no point. So it decreases the amount of options that you have. If you put more than one Pokemon out during the setup phase, then it decreases the options you have in your turn. So say for instance, I have this hand with 2 basic Pokemon. You only want to put out 1. Because what if I top deck Ultra Ball or something like that? And then I'm like, oh, well, what if I wanted to actually Ultra Ball away this Pokemon that I have in my hand? That's one thing. The next thing is that if you're going second, your opponent can play Escape Rope. And they could push up the Pokemon on the bench without you wanting that Pokemon to be in the active. The third reason is it gives your opponent more information about what's in your hand, right? And you don't want to do that. So, like, if my opponent opens 3 Pokemon and I'm going first, then I know that they've got 3 Pokemon, right? Whereas if they hold all those Pokemon in their hand, then I didn't even know what deck my opponent was playing. There actually was the perfect example. I thought maybe I was playing against Roaring Moon, you know, because all they did was open Mew. Instead, there's so much more going on here that I didn't anticipate. Like, it's not Roaring Moon. It's Miraidon. And there's Path. I had no idea. What about donking? Well, if your opponent's going to attack, well, obviously, we're talking about during setup phase, not during the first turn going first. During the first turn going first, obviously set up. We're talking about during the setup phase, before the game starts. All right, I think that I 100% fully just lose here. I'm pretty sure. Because my opponent got the fast Dawn. I think that's exactly what's happening. Okay, I mean, maybe. I do think I lose here. But yes, I can get Nest Ball. But then I don't have my abilities, so this is so bad, right? Because I have to go here. And they've got 1 energy already here. It's just like, I'm just going to get destroyed, right? And since I can't Shivery Chill, right, this is just terrible. I mean, I'm getting absolutely bodied out here. And this is not a good matchup either. I mean, this is one of the reasons I was such a Chien Pao hater, is because I had never lost a Chien Pao playing Miraidon. This is such a good matchup for Miraidon. So easy for them to win. Especially with the Path, dude. Is Miraidon Path coming back? This is not the first Miraidon Path deck I've played against in the last couple days. This is terrible. Please no Ultra Ball. Just miss the attack. Miss it. They didn't miss it. The Dawn versus Zard matchup is terrible. That's why I stopped playing Dawn. But now that, you know, I do play against Dawns pretty often on TCG Live, though. It's not GG's yet. It's just very close to being GG's. But it is not GG's yet. It is not. Yeah, this stop needs to go crazy. It does. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Oh, that stop. that stop went crazy. All right. All right, now. I'm willing to concede now. Yeah. We could have top decked Irida. We could have stopped into retrieval. Yeah. We could have gotten it. Those three cards were yes, they were the cards I needed in my hand. It seems like nobody's playing Charizard anymore. Is nobody actually playing Charizard anymore? Or is just nobody playing Charizard on TCG Live anymore? Yeah, nobody's Zarding. Vancouver will be 20% Zard. Another Dawn? You're killing me. It's fine. All right, this is a more agreeable opening, though, than the last one that I was served up, so that's fine. You want to increase your odds of battle VIP pass, but also you just want to find another basic, so I think we'll just concealed first. And C, that's why we sequence the way we do. All right, and then how do we want to do it? We want to force them to go turn one hands. We've got Bibero. Yeah, we want to force them to go turn one hand. So we don't want to put the Chien Pao into the active. They play Pokemon catchers? God. My God. Because I want to thin one more thing out. One more Friggy. Because they play Pokemon catchers. And then we stop. Well, there were all the cards I need. I'll pass. Okay, and they are playing the Peony version of the deck. Did I check his second backs? I'm about to. But no, I have not checked second backs. I should. I should get into the habit of doing that. I know. Tony, I know. Back in the day, we used to play a 4-1-4 Blastoise line, and now we've got a 3-2 backs line. Game was different, man. It's different back then, man. It's different. We didn't have Battle VIP Pass. We had to play Tropical Beach. All right, so they got their turn one hands. And what are you doing to me? Stop that! Stop that! Grow up. All right, that's 6 energy in play turn 1 and then a squawk. Okay, all right. Did games take 3 hours? No. Town store, this does nothing for me. You think I play any tools in this deck? I think I'm just destroyed. Right? Like, this matchup is so bad. Is unwinnable. Like, look at that. Now what do? Then they bring up that it's over. It's literally over already. It's GG's. This matchup is terrible. Yeah, I'm roasted, bro. Roasted. Like, 100% they can stream attackers. They barely need anything. They've got, yeah. They've got it all right there. Well, that's kind of a okay. Broken Chien Pao, bro. Broken Chien Pao. Chien Pao kind of broken, dude. Okay. They get to pass back 1 energy, but they've used, like... They've used 3 generators, so... They kind of just have to gust with hands this turn, and then they set up checkmate, right? And they've got 4 seals, so they're just going to do it. There's nothing I could do. I'm so bodied. This matchup is so atrocious. This matchup is so bad. How is it so bad, dude? Yeah, they could just go for Sealstone. Oh, they don't even have to force Sealstone. Oh my god! I'm so destroyed. This, we should just start playing the Dawn, dude. This matchup is unwinnable trash. I'll see myself out. No, this matchup is that bad. Matchup's terrible. All right, folks. Hang tight. I'm going to be right back after this quick break. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com in the meantime. Back with some more Pokemon Trading Card Game live gameplay after this. All right, let's roll. Thank you for the patience. All right. This Dex Murata matchup feels terrible. And its control matchup feels terrible. And those are the matchups that I have played against most in the last couple games. Dang, my pants are ripping. You know, when your pants got a hole in them, and then the hole's not too big to the point where you can't wear the pants, but as you continue wearing them, the hole just gets bigger and bigger, and then eventually it'll get to the point where the hole is too big. No, it's not a crotch hole. No. Gotta be more careful with those. No, I just got a hole in my pants. It's like by the pocket. It's on the side. But it keeps the hole keeps getting bigger though. And I don't want to throw the pants away, but the hole's in like a weird spot. I don't know that I can patch it up. I'm not much of a not very handy with a thread and needle. You know. Skulkin says, so glad I quit my job this week so I could sit home on a Friday and hear Mr. Jim talk about the holes in his pants. I mean, listen, we got a lot of time here, okay? All right, now we play against Chien Pao. I switch up decks. And now I'm playing against Chien Pao. I guess we could just go turn one more Pekka. This matchup doesn't seem great, but we can win it. I mean, it's possible. Most definitely. I think Moon is kind of like on the way out, right? Like, aren't all the Moon heads kind of like giving up on Moon? Like, Moon has slowly faded into obscurity. Hasn't it? Admit it, Moon players. Admit it. So it's almost like I was right all along. Man. It's like you kind of just want to use this now, huh? Let that rip. Fine. 0 good matchups, like I've been saying. All I need is energy switch energy. I need the energy first. I could use this dark patch, but I can't really get the energy into the discard pile unless I go get the Radiant Greninja. And the only way to get the Radiant Greninja in the darkness energy. I don't want to get rid of Squawk. Yes, we're going to go here. Okay. And then restart for 1. Dang. Guess I'm just squawking. All right. Don't need that where I'm going. I have not seen an energy yet. Why is this deck so cursed? I forgot to add the darkness energy. Maybe. All of this just to get destroyed. All of this just to get destroyed by Chien Pao. Why? Oh my gosh, and now I get the Pokemon catcher, dude. Oh my, that's fine. I don't want them to have the stop. This deck is so bad. Roaring Moon. No good matchups. I know. 30 cards later. Infinite resources down. I've taken one prize with Morpeko. Thank you, Matt Wish, for the 55 months. I appreciate you. We dug through 40 cards, 30 cards to do 70 damage on turn 1. Beautiful. Just beautiful, isn't it? Well, at least their stop seemed kind of ugly. But they stopped away multiple stops. Which is not good, because it means that... I mean, because I'm down multiple stadiums, too. Like... Yeah, I'm down 3 stadiums. This is my last stadium. And if they don't have any... they're down 3 stadiums. Then that means... Man, just pure pain. It's fine. They're not setting up because Chien Pao is a pile. Right, I only need to be able to Calamity Storm twice. Uh-oh, they're setting up. They were never supposed to get this far. All right, they got their Ultra Ball for Bibarel. Okay, they're doing all the things. I guess at this point... And we hope that they don't find double cross switch or knockout on a 2-prizer. And if they have to take a single prizer, then we're fine. We try to race them down. I could try to catch her and knock out Baxcalibur to go back on even prizes. But it's probably not worth it to do that. Just to take the 2-prizer while it's here. All right. Okay, we're chilling. We made it. Shouldn't they just Moonlight Shuriken the Squawk and Mew twice? Why would you tell them that? Don't tell them that. Yes, that's 100% what they should be doing. But they're not. Okay, we go get another moon. I've got 1 energy in the discard pile. About to be 2 energy in the discard pile. You're going to be a dino head? Yes. Good question, though. That is, yes. Yes, that is what they should be doing. If I can get 1 more darkness in the discard pile, I can energy switch too. Wow. Okay. How about... Yeah, Roaring Moon's broken deck, dude. Whoever said this deck was bad. Whoever said this deck was bad is tripping. This deck is broken, dude. Just look how broken it is. Dang, what a broken deck. Five cards left in deck. Sheesh. I just don't really need any other energy anywhere, and I've only got 5 cards left in deck, so at this point I'm just kind of chilling. Already got 2 moons built up. And we should be able to win by just going knockout, knockout, knockout game. Or just 2 knockouts, yes. 2 knockouts now. And they need 3. But the way that Chien Pao is supposed to navigate this matchup is that they just play no EXs down and they just go Radiant, Greninja, my Squawk, and Mew. And they go Greninja, Greninja, take 4 prizes that way, and then Chien Pao a 2 prizer for game. If Chien Pao tries to race 2 prizers against me, I can definitely win that. So it's usually not what you want. This Chien Pao is a turn slower than... That's why it's got such a bad Miraidon and Roaring Moon matchup. Its Miraidon matchup is worse than its Roaring Moon matchup because against Roaring Moon, you can finesse with Radiant Greninja. But against Miraidon, you can't do that because they will just hands your Greninja and then you lose. So... yeah, that's why its Miraidon matchup is so bad. Because there's no winning. You're just, by the nature of your deck, you take the knockouts at fastest, you take them a turn slower than Miraidon does. At the very fastest. You're like, the whole matchup is a disadvantage. Against Roaring Moon, you're a turn slower, but at least Roaring Moon can't capitalize on your Radiant Greninja like Miraidon can. Yes, I am planning on going to Vancouver, indeed. And they're knocking out my Jelly Moon. That's fine. All I have to do is build up 1 final attacker. After this next one, Pal Pad the Sada back into the deck. Down another moon. I guess you could stop before that. It's fine, I didn't get punished for it. Now I'm about to deck out, but I will not. In which case it is very good that I did not stop first. And here we go, just like this. Retreat. Stop. Calamity Storm. Knock it out. 1 card left in deck. 1 switch. 1 energy. All right. 2 fully healed moons. 1 prize remaining. What's kind of funny do I have a dark patch remaining? What's kind of funny is that I do not. Maybe it was correct to keep... I actually just misplayed by forgetting my Dire Flame Wings. So I needed to use Dire Flame, but it wasn't glowing, so it's not my fault. I'm blaming the client. But... yes, I needed Dire Flame Wings here so that I had the option to end the game with Moltres, because since we're all out of stadiums, they could go Radiant Greninja and hit into both my moons. Oh, that doesn't matter. I just gouge and knock myself out because they have 3 prizes remaining. So never mind. I take that back. It does not matter. I still probably should have Dire Flame Wings here once, but Hands to kill Squawk for game? Oh, they could do that. That would be bad. They're not doing it. Iron Bundle? Azul's group played Iron Bundle in Chien Pao at LAIC. Azul, Grant, Caleb, and Chip. It's pretty cool. I mean, it can force things out of the active spot. If you know, if you want to hand something on the bench. Probably not totally necessary, but you can Irida for it, so it's not the worst card. It's definitely not the worst card. But also not totally necessary. Okay, knock on my mute. I've got game on board. What are we doing this for? Are you waiting to see if my client freezes? It might. It's valid. And they'll take the knockout on Mew. They want to show us just how boss mode they are with a Hellblade for 420 damage. That's cool. Send up Roaring mid. And gouge. GG's. Boop. Such a climactic animation, you know? Just boop. That's why I'm saying they should just remove all of the animations from Pokemon TCG Live. Remove all of them. Yes. Any frills, they should also remove all hollow patterns. Unironically, the hollow patterns look so bad on this client that it would just look better if they just removed them all. I'm serious. All the frills that they tried to put in just fell flat. So, like, just take all the frills away. I'm serious. The card would look better without the hollow pattern. Just take the hollow pattern off. It doesn't look good. You didn't try on it. You just put a blanket hollow pattern on every single card that doesn't in any way match the card. Great Tusk. Regigigas. Arceus. Arcgigas. What's the hotness for Vancouver? What's the hotness? What's the spice, huh? Reggie's. All right, Snoopy's bold prediction. Vancouver will be won by Guardy over Tina in the finals with 3 Zard in top 8 and 2 Miraidon. Holy smokes. Man, it feels good to be back, baby. Golden Go? Yo, this deck goes crazy. It's been so long since we've played the absolutely broken, unhinged Klawf deck. Ain't there supposed to be like a Sneasler in here or something? Yo, Electrode? What do we... All right. I think we got the turn 1 knockout with the Trode. Maybe. Yeah, because you poison, then all I need to do is... Holy smokes, we got it. This deck is so broken. What in the world, man? I didn't even need to squawk. Toxic Powder. Star Alchemy. Curry. Do it. Tantrum Blast for 200. Goodbye, Suicune. Whatever happened to Klawf? Look how mad our Trode is. Look how angry he is. He's so upset. There's Chien Pao. Bravery Charm. Yeah, just scoop it up. That's right. Yeah, that's right. is so greedy. Iron Bundle, that makes sense. So you can push things that you want into the active spots. That's kind of fun. I've played against too many Miraidons today. They must pay. This deck's cracked. I wish there was more ways to inflict status conditions on yourself in Gym Leader Challenge format. This would unironically be one of the best attackers in this would be one of the best attackers in fighting decks. I just wish there were more ways to. There's only the curry, I think, right? I think it's just curry, right? What are all the different ways to make yourself affected by a special condition? Yellhorn. Okay, but Yellhorn you have to flip to attack because you're going to be confused. Yeah. Yellhorn and Will. Oh my gosh. Oh, Imukani. I know, I read that. Isn't Umukani also confusion, though? Koga is your opponent. No, we should just legalize Imukani in Standard or in Gym Leader Challenge. Yeah, that card. Sure, why not? All right, we just gotta find turn one boss. Squawk. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe we would draw into a Trode. We didn't, but I do have the turn one knockout on hands. So I think we just take that. How does this deck ever lose? It doesn't. It's broken. It don't lose. Prize for a steal anyway. There's a Trode right there. We're cooking. Well, let's go. There's no like tool card that lets you attack even if you're confused, right? I don't think so. I just want to play my Klawf in Gym Leader Challenge. Is that too much to ask? I guess you could boiled press, huh? Wind up arm is if you're like asleep or something. But there's none for... Sparkling Robe does the opposite of what I'm looking for. I just want additional ways to burn my Klawf. If Boiled Press only costs 1 fighting energy, you know, and you could do it turn 1 easily, then... Are we going in with Zapdos? You got the Zapdos attack. Here's Peony. You've got a 0-card hand! Huh. Okay, they're coming in with the Zapdos. And they've got the generator, but they're not going to play it. Okay. Okay. Ultra Ball off the top there is big. It's real. It's huge, actually. It's massive. I need Zakreb. Save that. I think so I have to rope and I have to see who they promote. I don't want to Iona them. It's going to be Zeraora. But then you're just going to knock out my Klawf again with your Zapdos. Yeah, it's fine. I have to go here. Oh, baby. I think they play Vacuum. They don't play Vacuum, right? Tell me they don't play Vacuum. All right. I guess I can just safely save all of this. I don't need to play the Bibarel, right? Because I've got the Trode. I can go curry that. Yeah. We're chilling. All right. We actually just don't do any of it. Just hold. Then we get the 4 Steel Stone. That's great. Okay. I've only got 3 prizes left. So I can knock out the Zapdos and then go boss game on anything else. Well, probably won't even have to boss, because... Why not attach the capsule? Because of Vacuum? Yes, because of Vacuum, yes. Because of Vacuum, or they could, like, target it, knock it out. But mostly because of Vacuum. I think I only have 2 of these, so just want to be really careful. Maybe that's a little bit too conservative for me, but might be too conservative. But I'm probably fine. Yeah, they ain't got squat, see? Okay, so we knock out with Zapdos, or with the Zapdos with Electrode. I have to... Ooh, we got Iono too. Fun. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Just Iono. It's not great. But we just do this. Attach an energy here. Star Alchemy. For Bibarel. I've got Klawf left. And I've got 1 double turbo left in deck. Okay. Do this. Industrious Incisors. Actually end up finding an S-Ball, which is fine. I could get another Trode. What's my situation in the deck as far as like... I've got 1 Curry left. Get the Klawf. Hold the town store. Do the toxic powder. Blammo, 200 damage. Okay. And then we can win the game with either Trode or Klawf. The reason why we attach the energy to Squawkabilly is so that I can choose who my attacker is going to be based on whatever I draw into off the research. Like if I draw into Curry, then I can just win with Trode. If I draw into like Curry and Hisui and Sneasler, then I can win with Trode. If I draw into double turbo energy, then I can win with Klawf. Beach Court lets me do that anyway. That's true, but you can't guarantee that the Beach Court's going to stay in play. Miraidon decks play all sorts of stadiums. Some of them even play Path. Some of them play Collapsed. Some of them play Path. That's fine. 180 damage. I'm gone. We'll send up Zisquak. And plus, I am getting ready to counter this. Yes. I want to thin the deck. Then research. We've got double turbo. Excuse me, phone? What? What was that noise? Who are you? You've never made that noise. Funny. And you guys like just keep like 30 apps open on your phone at all times. Whenever Natalie has my phone and she sees that I have just like apps from 3 weeks ago open, she's like, "What are you doing?" Like, I don't know. I just live like this. I just had to close out of like, I think I literally had like 25 apps open on my phone. No, none of you live as spontaneous and whimsical as me? You all run tight ships? DG says I have like 50 open. Thank you, DG. Thank you. What deck am I playing? Oh, yeah. The real crazy thing is like my website tabs. Bro, the website tabs, at any given point, I've got like no fewer than 50 to 100 website tabs. You know. Close them? Why would I close them? What if I need to like pull one up real quick? And choose the tablet. The website tabs are insane. Well, it's nice because I can just open my web browser, and anything that I was looking at recently is mostly just right there. Closing tabs is so annoying. I just pretty much don't do that. Yeah, who's trying to close tabs? You guys want to knock out this Arceus turn 1? Let's do it, bro. How about something we can all agree on? Destroying this unprepared Arceus. How contributing my TCG live crashes? What are you talking about? I'm talking about my phone. This is my PC. I keep a tight ship on my PC, obviously, because I have to I don't even use Google Chrome because Google Chrome takes up too much unnecessary memory and is also just part of the Google ecosystem, which I am not a part of. So I don't want them on my stuff, bro. Okay, I'll do that. Do that. All right, here we go. Iono for double turbo. Easy peasy. We've got the collapsed. So I can squawk. We want the Radiant Sneasler. No, we want like another Klawf. Thin the deck one. Collapse away. But then, yeah, all right, I'm going to get Manaphy. And then collapse it away to thin the deck. Okay. We've seen your desktop background. Yo, I run a tight ship, bro. Trust. It's tight ship. Tight ship. Oh, it's all relative, right? Oh, yeah, you're done. You lose. It's all relative. Right. I run a tight ship on my desktop compared to my phone. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, Klawf is so broken. This is that deck. Yo, what's up, Jesse? I don't keep 50 tabs open on my computer. I close those out. That, for some reason, bugs me. But the tabs on my phone doesn't bother me at all. In fact, right now, literally right now, I've got I just will keep these here. You guys don't keep those there? I'll just keep those there, you know? Clear out the 3 voicemails? No. What's Toad Scroll do? I don't need to worry about what Toad Scroll does, do I? How much damage am I doing anyway? Let's just Iono. I need to make sure my face cam is... Oh, that's focused. Okay. We got Spicy Curry. We got Devolution. I'll put the Devolution down. I want to put Trode back into the deck. That's fine. Shuffle him back in. A double turbo on Bieberell just to kind of hold that there. And incisors. Dang, we did not find a stadium. It's fine. Toxic powder. And we will swing. Let's see. I bet you these voicemails are probably from Rite Aid's. I need to stop going to Rite Aid, bro. Yeah, they're voicemails from Rite Aid, man. I gotta find a new. Like, when I used to go to CVS for my prescriptions, they give you text messages. Rite Aid, they call you. Why do they call you? Rite Aid is still in business. Rite Aid calls me. All the Rite Aids are shutting down. They ought to. It's the worst business I've ever stepped foot in. I'm sure it has something to do with boomers or their primary business model. I know. Well, I used to go to CVS, but then my insurance changed. Oh, why did I? Yeah, I don't need to do that. All right. My dad will only talk on the phone. Do not text or email him. There's a Toad Scroll EX in my midst. Dude, Costco? Costco is what's up. I love going to Costco. What a fun experience. It's like, why is Costco fun, but like Walmart's the most stressful place ever created? Like, I'll do anything to avoid stepping foot in a Walmart. Anything. Absolutely anything. All right, they got a lot of prizes left to take. Wholesale stores are cooler. I don't know. Do I care to? No. It's incisors. If I get boss, this is so crazy. We got that. It's fine. I don't know. That's why I just like walking through the Costco is fun. Just walking around is an experience. And then with like the free samples that they pass out, man. Holy smokes. It's amazing. The free samples at Costco. Trader Joe's. Oh, yeah, Trader Joe's is sick. Got one double turbo left. Yeah. That's fine. I gotta get rid of this collapsed. It's killing me here. Thank you. Okay. So really, I just go find the double turbo off this Iono, assuming that the last double turbo is in the deck. And then I should be able to win with Trode for game. Okay. And if I don't get another Trode, that's fine. I don't know. Star Alchemy. Get this guy. Retreat. Toxic Powder. Unhinged Scissors. Kaboom. Okay. Take R2. Just imagine I could play Klawf at Vancouver. Just imagine how broken that'd be. Klawf is like terrible into the meta right now. Is there a big difference in Dragon Shield Snow versus White? Yes. Snow is the Dragon Shield dual color, which means that it has a black interior and a white back, whereas the white has a white interior and a white back. The snow sleeves are going to be completely opaque, and the white sleeves will be slightly translucent, as you can see through the white plastic of the back. No, I think I've moved on from Golden Go being my top choice, Jesse. I think I've moved on past my Golden Go phase. The black non-glares are so good. I've got the new God, the emeralds look so good. Or not the emeralds, the power sleeves that I showed off on my YouTube ads. With the power and the soul sleeves. God, they look so good. Tron, yeah, you gotta say that just to throw people off. You never let them know your next move. God, this deck's so broken. I've been playing a decent amount of Chien Pao. It just gets farmed by Miraidon, Jesse, and Stall, and it's like, oh, nice. God, this is just so sick. God, if I could just roll up to Vancouver with Klawf and you telling me I'm going to play against Miraidon and Arceus all day. Man. I'm telling you, I'm playing against nothing but Chien Pao counters. Like, the deck feels good, but I just keep playing against terrible matchups. Against Miraidon, it feels so hopeless. I even played against a Guardy with double Avery, like, yesterday, and that felt hopeless. Isn't it crazy? I just have instant turn 1 KO in my hand right now. This deck is so broken. It's like an unhinged amount of brokenness. My deck's broken when I'm hitting for weakness. Well, that's the whole point! This is the best fighting deck in format. Am I lying? I should have used that before, though. I don't know. Yes, people are going to find out that, yes, you tricked, there's going to be Miraidon doing well. Yes, yes, yes. Right, so that's why it's almost not worth thinking about what to play for Vancouver yet. I just have to keep my options open because I have to see where the meta is by then. Problem with this deck is you really can't beat Guardy. Guardy matchup is kind of atrocious. But you should have good Roaring Moon matchups. You should have good Miraidon matchup. Why'd you have to put my fatty in the active? He's so fat. I think I'm just going to go up with Trode. My hand is pretty bad. Oh, I've got 4 Sealstone. We're chilling. You think all of the good Canadian players are going to be on Guardy for Vancouver? Yeah, probably. That deck is broken. So I don't want to play a deck that loses to Guardy. So the deck that beats Guardy is Miraidon. But nobody wants to play Miraidon. Stop doing this. Stop it. Yeah, Well, see, that's why I didn't force Sealstone for Beebs, because now look at me. I should probably still force Sealstone for Beebs, but yeah, we'll force Sealstone for Ultra Ball. I think. That or I could get Switch and I could just go knock out the Arceus. I think I'd rather do that. I'll get Rope. Just no mercy, you know? And that's why we didn't use the Force Seal Stone, because having the option is better, right? I mean, look at how, like, how mad are you? Let me take our 2. And now my hand is 3 Battle VIP Pass and a Bidoof. Sure. I could play Guardy. Yes. Stop. This is all you have in your hand. Is that 3 turns in a row? Is this all you do? Surely I won't break for the next 6 prizes. Well, I can poison this. Oh, yeah. You. Okay. GG's, mate. Walking Wake. How are we getting all that energy on Walking Wake? How are we doing that? Is this listening to? I'll put it back in the Discord. This is an old list. We were rocking with this like months ago. Sada? Does this deck look like a deck that wants to play Sada? Also, I hate the decks that have to play Sada every turn. There's a reason why, like, even the Roaring Moon decks are cutting back on Sada and playing Research. Having to play Sada every turn is such a chore. Yes. Charizard. 2 mulligans? I'm too powerful. I'm too powerful. I can't be stopped. What are you doing with him? Someone please explain to me the Iron Moth technology in this Charizard deck. You guys caught that, didn't you? Him. Golden Go tech? It doesn't even knock out Golden Go. And if one of you even says with Future Booster Energy Capsule, there's no way this thing's playing a Future Booster Energy Capsule in there. No shot. This is the best part, is they don't really know what deck I'm playing. They just gave me the road. They don't know what deck I'm playing. That's the best part. They have no idea. And and now the reveal. Blammo. All right, let's go. Oh, baby. It's happening. Let me go. That. I guess. Yeah, I guess it's correct to use it now. Yeah, because then I've got the curry already in hand. It's fine. Caw. Dude, and the collapsed? And the collapsed, brother? That's crazy. This deck owns. Remember how much you had to do for one prize with one win? I know, right? I forgot how alive this deck makes me feel. Man, it feels good to be back. I just want to play the Klawf deck. Yeah, thank you, Mucho Birdies. I appreciate it. Like, why is it green, you know? Why is it green? Isn't this card supposed to be gold? Why is it green? I don't know. So I'm telling you, they should just remove all of the hollow patterns. All of them. Just remove all of them. Like, look, this card doesn't look so bad because it looks bad once you click on it because all of these things, like all of the menus that pop up over the card, look horrible. They need to gut those as well. But the hollow patterns are particularly egregious. The hollow, yes, the cartoony little flames around the card, that doesn't look terrible. But I think that there's one, I have a sneaking suspicion that there's exactly one graphic artist working on this project, and they're kind of hunting and poking around, tackling exactly one thing at a time. I think my suspicion is that the Pokemon TCG Live team started out the project with no artists. And that exactly one artist has been hired since all of their criticism. Since all of the criticism, there's been one graphic designer who's been hired who's been hunting and poking around and doing different things. Yes, and they get to about one thing every couple months. All right, I need to go get my Sneasler, right? So I can hit this knockout. Yeah. So we got to find Sneasler. We don't want to play Collapsed. We want to do this and thin the deck. I'm telling you, there's one artist. If there's a team of artists, then they're the least productive team. team ever. I think it's just one person. It's one person slowly hunting and pecking around. They do things like, you know, how the prize animation got updated, the little glowing streak that goes around the card now. There's like a couple things that get updated every once in a while that makes you think that there's one artist going around and touching things up, right? The fire that pops up on the card, right? There's like there's one artist hunting and poking around. And it kind of just seems like they just do whatever, you know, whatever they're kind of feeling on any given day is like what they do. Dang, we missed. That's fine. Yes, to be fair, whatever artist may or may not have been hired to work on this has got way too much work to do. Because they were... It's like you're brought in to do cleanup on like the world's biggest mess. Like, do I need to remind you guys what day one TCG Live looked like? And then, like, to be the artist that gets brought in to, like, fix that is really nuts. There's my Sneasler. You lazy bum. Yeah, it's cool because, right, Klawf can... Or I can motivate. All right, so they go to 3. I go to 2. I knock out Charizard for game. I think I just promote Moth and let... Because they're going to eat 20. Yeah. I just promote Brute Bonnet, I think, and just let it get knocked out. Oh, I can Devolution. Oh, but I can't do it with the active. Dang it. That would be so sick. I should have promoted anybody else that devolved. No. We actually don't want to devolve because we want this thing to remain a 2-prizer so I can knock it out for game. So... I don't think I need a Hisuian Sneasler anymore. And I can't get Trode because then if they gust the Trode and knock it out, that's like a whole thing. So I don't really want that. Cool. What do we still have in here? Brute Bonnet, Trode. What about our energy? 2 double turbos. Okay. What about switches? 2 switches. Okay. So we want to go here, get our backup Brute. Research. No, we don't want to collapse either. Yeah, end turn. Okay, so just do that. And the idea is that this Bonnet's just fat, right? So, like, they have to bring up Charizard to knock it out. And if they have to bring up Charizard to knock it out, Then I can just retreat into Trode for game. Super effective glasses? Holy moly, they're cooking, dude. They're cooking. The attack for Goldengo. Goldengo must have hurt them. It's better if you're taking 2 cards for Goldengo, it should be a 1/1 Toadscroll line. Right? That's just what it should be. The Toadscroll that makes it so you can't use superior energy retrieval. That card is way better. Right, because then you'd be hitting Golden Go and Chien Pao, both your theoretically bad matchups. Yo, that's the play for Vancouver. Charizard Toadscroll. No leaks. All the Chien Pao people. Okay. So you're just bringing in that Iron Moth, huh? That's fine. Toxic powder. Sure. Unhinged scissors. Wait, I could lose. No, I'm not going to lose. I could, though. What about just Toadscroll? That deck is so bad, though. Dude, what if we lose to the Moth? What if the Moth is too powerful? All right, Collapsed is still in my deck. Okay. I weirdly can't get win this turn, so I have to wait for them to do something. Man. They don't have any energy on Zard. I don't really know what they're doing in that regard. I think this is my last double turbo energy. It is. So I have to find Klawf, and I have to find... Or I have to find... So we can put that there. I can put this here. And then I know. And I have to find my thing to remove my Squawk. Okay. I can rope again. And here comes a Charizard. Funny enough. There's my collapsed. Get rid of that. And then I can incisors again. Okay. And now we swing. Yeah, I guess I don't have to remove Squawk because these Charizards don't have any energy on them for whatever reason. I guess, right? I suppose there's... I suppose. Yeah, it's just a Moth deck, actually. It's fine, though. We got there. Through much effort. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. Like, even if you were trying to program like the most insincere and sarcastic thumbs up that you possibly could, it would look like the TCG Live thumbs up. Like, if I... The way that the characters look, it is not sincere, bro. The way that the characters look, you would think... I'm not going to say it. And close off. How do I think Pokemon TCG Pocket will work? About as good as Pokemon Masters EX works, which is great. It'll probably work great and be just a great game, honestly. It'll probably be very smooth and very lucrative, and you know what? I'll have a lot of fun playing it. I'll be able to boot up TCG Pocket and just pretend TCG Live doesn't exist. It'll be awesome. Be able to just go into my own little world and play my own little mini battles, and just life will be good, you know? I think we can cut this Jirachi out of here. Dang, this deck is performing ridiculously well right now. Just totally smokes. That's it. That's everything. Okay, who asked Who asked why you never bench 2 Pokemon when you start? This is why. Right here. That's why, right? Because they wanted Mew in the Rixman. There it is, right there. That's literally in practice. That's why you never double bench, right? They wanted Mew in the active to use Mysterious Tail. I played Escape Rope. Now Mew is not in the active, and that's their fault. They shouldn't have double benched, right? I don't think that 10 damage actually matters on the Charizard. It might. Thank you to Blizzard for that Prime sub. With Escape Rope rotating, does that still apply? No. It is different post-rotation because Escape Rope rotates, but you could get Iron Valiant dunked. So like the larger concern would probably, there's Iron Bundle, there's Prime Catcher. So you're always having to weigh like what's the bigger threat? Is it Iron Valiant? You can't boss turn 1 going first. Scavenger, is that a South Park reference? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Just knock that out. I don't feel like using Star Alchemy yet. Smack. I think we saved the V-Star. Post-rotation? What does this deck lose with rotation? Nothing. Curry? Doesn't lose Curry. Wait, it loses Curry? It loses Curry. Oh no. All right, yeah. There's no saving it. They had to put that Rotom V down, but they can't draw cards with it. Yeah, Curry is reprinted here. Yeah, that's fair, Skulkin. They still ain't doing squat. And they can't instant charge. And we top deck this. That's so crazy. Switch. I think we just gust up the Charmeleon. I think I'm going to use it. Yo, hit him with the unhinged scissors. I don't even need no Bibarel. You think I'm scared of Iono? I'm not scared of no Iono. Pedal to the metal. Dude, and I've got the Devolution TM in here. Woo-hoo-hoo-wee. Man, if they go... I could just go Iono, Devolution, and then their whole board is gone. That's crazy. You think I'm scared of Iono? Huh. There's my Bibarel right there. All right. You think they got Rare Candy Charizard? No, sir. That is a pass. Placing Destruction for 10. All right. So what do I want, ideally? I mean, Boss would be sick, but probably not hitting that. So, yeah, we'll just Iono. That's fine. Goodbye, sir. It's another double turbo. Great. I have to go Rare Candy Charizard. Gotta have one of the pieces in that hand, right? Nothing like the turn 4 Charizard. Man, oh man. Encounter Catcher. Okay. Ah, no, I don't know. That's fine. At this point, I can just retreat into Trode. I need to find a Curry. That's it. Should be able to find one. If not, I will devolve them. Okay, gotta find a Curry. And I suppose it's correct to just say I'm gonna hit it. Boss. And I could boss up Charmander, take the guaranteed knockout. No, that's bad, because this is actually my last Trode in the deck. So I'd have to find Rod to put another one back in. Yeah, so we're just going to do that. We did not hit the Curry. This is a nightmare situation. Okay, I could take the knockout on the Charizard, though, with a Devolution next turn. And an Iono. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Well, Iono to 2. Very good. Tantrum Blast. Using Switch there was bad. Well, in hindsight, it was. But keeping the double turbo there for the end of the game to be able to like retreat into another Electrode is pretty good. Yeah, I decided to go for it though. But I could still have got the Devolution play next turn, so it's like, it's fine. I think in like an ideal world, I keep the double turbo. That might be their last candy. We're down 3. Next turn we Iono to 2 and devolve all their guys, and we just win. And I take a prize in the process. And I have Collapsed, which is even more crazy because I get to remove this Squawk. Getting rid of Town Store. Double turbo. This is, I've got this boss in here, I've got Rod. Okay. I'll move our Squawk. TM Devo. I don't know. And now you scoop it up. Incisors. Devolution. Now your board is gone! Whoop! Whoop! Charmander's down. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. It's pretty good. Your go, bud. Ain't no way you got the last rare candy in that hand. If they do, I'm in trouble. All right, now you can't play backwards cards. That's just cheating. I know a Minior. See, a Minior in disguise when I see one. Defense mode, my God. Cool. All right, we appear to be big chillin'. Knock out the Minior. Yeah, we'll save the escape. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, the escape. Why not? Why not use the escape rope? Because if they gust up Brute Bonnet, they could deck me out, right? That's one thing you gotta like. Yeah, it's a thing that you kind of learn the more you play the Pokemon TCGs. You can't just be looking out for your win cons. You also have to be looking out for your lose cons, right? So with this deck, getting your Brute Bonnet stuck in the active is certainly a lose condition. Yeah. Sorry, nude opponent. All right, y'all. It's going to do it for the stream today. Thank you all so much for watching. Hopefully you had fun watching some Chien Pao Excalibur, some Klawf action. I'll put this list in the Discord again in case anybody's interested. But thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the subs and all that. I'll be back on Monday with some more Pokemon trading card game action. I'm going to be working on some more tabletop videos next week. Maybe I'll have some tabletop streams scheduled as well. I think I would like to do that. I didn't have any tabletop streams this week as I was focused on editing and the Pokemon Presents and all of that. So, yeah, I'll keep you guys updated with the schedule in the Tricky Gym Discord if you're interested in following along with what I do. Make sure to check that out. I'll do it for the stream. I got to go downstairs with Jameson earlier today. That's one of the reasons I was so late getting started. And took a look at our upcoming tournament hall that we're going to have. And like the space that we have for the stage and the play area. It's going to be hype. So I'm like in the process of kind of budgeting that out and figuring out what supplies we'll need for that. See ya.